right. Hello. Good morning to each and every one of you on this Sunday. Oh, what a night we had last night, and I hope you all enjoyed our weekend fun and game show again too. Now, we're gonna get started with our fun stuff here in just a moment. I'm still catching up on everything from last night, and before we continue any further, let's go through the Wordle here for today, and then we'll talk about this week's plans. And then we'll talk about this week's plan and bound. No? Wound. So that's today's word. I'm still putting everything together from last night. Yeah, I'm still finishing this up here.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
I fixed that.
Only a test. A test. This is only a test. Only a test. This is a test.
Actually thinking about getting rid of these automations entirely.
Test. And again. And test. What is Red River Regional Dispatch Center?
That's the sandals song, as I like to call it, because that was what was been playing on those sandals commercials recently.
Recording this significant coastal flood event. Window. I should.
Yeah. They've been Your celebrity family feud. Oh, now it sounds like something else. Yeah, they were watching. They finally got along to the Celebrity Family Feud season finale from several weeks. Now throwing down the main video. Okay. I'll actually I'm gonna continue with that. I'm gonna continue with that in just a bit. That was quite a long video I had to go through. You can see from that window up there, yeah, how long I've had to sit through all of that. Well, good thing I went through my morning routine in the process. Okay. All right. Gotten that taken care of, and nothing for that test yet. Maybe because of the coastal flood warnings or something. I mean, geez Louise, Holly's been just spamming a whole lot of them last night, and especially this morning too. Don't know why, but I'll go over until we. I'll keep it going until we hear from it. Oh, there it is now. All right. So, I'm sure you all want to know what happened last night after we left you. Well, actually, I'm sure you all would like to know. So, so right after we left you last night, I decided I'd go ahead and head over across the street to, just checking to see Charlie and their new dog Lucy, who still is scared of me for some reason. I probably damaged that. I think Lucy probably doesn't like me after I ring the doorbell the last time. That could probably be why, but of course I got to see Charlie. I even played a couple rounds of Rummikub too. The final 2 rounds actually. So I was there just as they were wrapping up for the night. So I'm glad I took that opportunity. Even my mother's proud that I took that opportunity to go over. That's why we ended our weekend fun and games show at 11:30, right after the incredible random character extravaganza finale, which unfortunately Belembine was not able to join us for last night. But at least he joined us for the Friday Fun Night Show edition of that. So yeah, at least he joined us for that. So yeah, I'm not hearing nothing has gone over the mask thing. So I'm not even gonna bother waiting. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. So all right, let's continue.
Airways should remain a coastal flood event. The next Lincoln, New Jersey. Coastal flood warning. Coastal flood event. Castle, Delaware. Moderate tributary. Is where? Near shorelines and what? On the Atlantic. States regarding this significant coastal flood event. Counties. Warning from in New Jersey. Wave from the Atlantic flood event. Waterway should Atlantic nations. The National, Delaware, and Salem, New Jersey. Monday. This potentially found all flash issued in drown when encounter goals.
Okay. So now we'll wait for WBJ. So we'll wait now for WJBM test, and then I'll reset my station to remove all that stuff, and then we will be ready to go for the day. So anyway, um, like I said, last night went over across the street to well, to my neighbor's house and hanged out with them and the dogs for for the final hour or so. Yeah, for about an hour. We headed back across and yeah, and then we went back. Then we started winding down for the night after that. Got all the usual Sunday tests in the process, and also, what else? Oh yeah, I saw the comment that Yalek left on how Wolf's Crossing perfectly fits the track. Yeah, and I slowed down the. I actually slowed down the street, the actual video, the actual clip, to give it the best effect possible. Is that it already, or oh, there we go. But otherwise, yeah, that's really everything that happened last night. We'll go over our weekly plan in just a second after I put the rest of this in. Okay, there we go. I just need to go back on correct one of the flash flood warnings. There we go. And then I just need to put these two in here. And we will be all set. But yeah, I'm still amazed at how brave I was to eat that entire Pops meal last night. All right, we're all good. So resetting the station now. All right. Let me see if the secondary is even active because it doesn't look like it has logged anything so far. Yeah. Yeah, I expected better. Now what the heck? Oh, that's right. They're in Hawaii this week. So they must be in Hawaii this week. Oh, and speaking of this week, now we're going to get into this week's plans. So now we're going to get into the plans for this week and what this week will have in store. So let's start with later today here, later on during the show. Let's start there. So following my lunch break, we will of course do our Roblox show. Um, yep, yes, it goes back to its usual temporary spot for again the next 8 weeks. So we will do that. Of course, we'll do that for quite a while. And then, of course, we'll, wrap it up, towards the end of AFV tonight. Because AFV should be all new this evening. Yeah, because AFV should be all new tonight. AFV should be all new this evening. And then, of course, our Ticket to Ride game, which we will do at the very end of tonight's program. And this is the same thing, which I will not accept because, well, I don't need duplicates. I just need one, and that's it. So, that is what today's plan is. And then on Monday, tomorrow, and this is really going to culminate well with the fall taping cycle now that we finished Sorry at the end of last week. So, Monday, tomorrow, I will, of course, put my focus on the digital media stuff, and then I would say play catch up with my shows, but I could play catch up with my shows, but I mean I could play catch up with the shows, but the big question, well, the thing is, my father is of course going to be home tomorrow, with tomorrow being Columbus Day. And last week the Bears were off, so our next game will be tomorrow night against Washington, and that is going to be a nationally televised game. Kickoff at 7:15. At 7:15. So yep, on ABC. And we are going to be at Northwest Stadium in DC. Yeah, for that game. Yeah, that is again our next game. The Chicago Cubs season has unfortunately been drawn to a close last night. The Brewers beat them to advance to the National League Championship. We're 6 games in July, a preview for the Brewers and the Dodgers in the National League Championship. Well, so yeah, they are league championship bound. And I even saw the little clip at the, well, actually at the very end of the day yesterday on the Brewers holding up the Cubs signature flag, but they replaced the W with the L. So they were giving the Cubs the L because they defeated them. And this is also because this is the first time that the Cubs and the Brewers ever faced off in a playoff game. Pretty crazy, huh? So, of course, we'll have the first game of the American League Championship between Seattle and the Blue Jays. They took the spot. They took the spot on Friday night. And then tomorrow night will be the first of the National League Championship Series game between the Dodgers and the Brewers in Milwaukee. So, of course, game one will be on tomorrow night, and then game two will be Tuesday night. Game three will be Thursday night. Game four will be Friday night. Game five will be Saturday night, and then next Monday night, the 20th, will be game six. Because of course now with the NLCS, it's a best of four. So that's of course the first of the two to reach four, win 4 games consecutively. We'll move on to, we'll take the first spot in the World Series. So yeah, we are pretty much at the end here. So we're pretty much getting closer to the end of the playoffs, as we're now down to 4 teams, and now we've come to the moment where the remaining 4 face off to decide who will move on to the World Series. Oh yeah, and I see the Milwaukee Brewers posted their highlight reel, mainly the 3 home runs. Yeah, mainly the 3 home runs from the game, including Bryce's first postseason home run from last night. Again, that was quite a game. I even told them across the street about the. I even told my neighbors about the game too. Well, not all. I told them that I'd watched the whole game from start to finish. So I wanted to wait till we were done with that. Wait till we were done with that random character nonsense before going across and playing those games and everything. It was quite fun. I enjoyed it. Did I just see the icon change on that? I'm not gonna be bothered. I'm gonna look at it on another device. So yeah, it was Hudson Phantom server. But anyway, I'll look at it on the other system, see what the heck. I don't know if they're gonna. Huh. That's an interesting icon. All right. Well, ignoring that, moving on with the plan for this week. Yeah, moving on then with the plan for this week. So, continuing on here, the next thing is that on Monday, of course, I'll be putting my focus on the digital media assignments for college. And then, of course, later that night we'll do our real, true Minecraft show. And we actually did get a sort of a head start on what we're going to be doing on this week's Minecraft show last night. We built the 3 bridges for Interstate 221 and also constructed the interchanges at each of the terminuses. Each of the terminuses of the interstate. At each terminus of the interstate. So that will now mean that tomorrow night's Minecraft show will actually be the construction. Now, this is the first out of actually all of the interstates that we are going to be building the entire interstate all at once. And I say that because tomorrow night's Bears game is going to air on ABC, and because this is in our market, that means Wheel of Fortune here in Chicago is going to be taken over by pregame coverage. So, and also because my father wants to see the Bears game tomorrow night, instead of Name That Tune and The Weakest Link, how are we going to handle those? Well, simple as that. I'll actually just watch them up here along with the Minecraft construction. Yeah, along with the Minecraft construction. So that will give us a lot more time to get 221 built. And although we won't get to the pavement, the pavement and whatnot, we'll do sort of the same thing that we have been doing for quite a while now. Well, actually, I think we'll just get the entire pavement done, while we're on the air, and then I'll either do the signage off air, or I will save the signage for, potentially next week when we return. Well, when we come back again, when we return the following week to do it again. So that's what Monday looks like. Now for Tuesday, there is one final piece of the digital media work that I need to get taken care of, so I will get that taken care of in the morning. And that will be followed by catching up with the shows. And also, we're down to just 2 days now until the end of Windows 10. So, pretty much I should be making final plans for the nostalgia finale. So I'll just go about my routine, and then when I see that Microsoft has pushed out the last update, our monthly security updates for Windows 10 and 11, the last one for Windows 10, I'll install on my XPS and then record the end of support notification, and then I'll just throw that into the episode. And simple as that. That's it. Then for oh yeah, and of course the US Fundamentals class that night, and that's going to be it. Wednesday, of course, will be the weeklies with our new format. Yeah, our new format style. Again, this will be temporary until the conclusion of the semester. So Tuesday night will be my OS fundamentals. Well, Wednesday night's the beginning of my cloud security class. I got that all set up on Friday as well. Took the day on Friday and took care of that. So then Wednesday, and so yeah, first part will be until the end of Monopoly, and then the next part will go on right after I get back from class and whatnot. Now then, on Thursday, I will actually then tape the final scene of the entire series, which is which will be my old Dell Inspiron laptop being brought up for one last hurrah. So meaning I'll do the final send-off. Meaning I'll just get rid of the operating system and on it, well, in truly spectacular fashion, ending the episode and furthermore the series. So I plan to get that footage filmed and then put into the compilation soon after it is made, and do any final voice lines and everything to cap off the episode, and then that concludes the whole thing. Now, with nostalgia, because this is going to be the final week of the program, and there's still only 3 episodes left to go, including the finale. Here's what I've decided. This is going to be a bit of a different cycle than how it has been, but we're doing this for a reason. The first one, 118, will release on Tuesday. 119 will release on Thursday, sort of to coincide with the taping cycles that I'll be doing for the final parts of the finale. With the finale then premiering on Saturday. And we are going to do that as a premiere, as I am considering. But anyway, then after I get back from an evening class on Thursday night, we'll do our Backyard Baseball show as usual. However, if I get the episode completed and then rendered and uploaded in time before my evening class, then that's great. If not, I'll do that after the Backyard Baseball show completes, or maybe possibly I will continue, maybe finish up Interstate 221 in the process, similarly to what I did with Interstate 67 last week. Similar to that. And then for Friday, our fun night show, and then Saturday, we don't know what the plan is yet, but again, we'll see. And then, of course, Sunday we'll be back to our Roblox show, and then everything else. The Minecraft, and the Nothing, the weeklies, Backyard Baseball, Friday fun night show, and then Saturday and Sunday yet to be determined. Well, what about after Thursday? Well, that's a very good question. So following the conclusion of the Nostalgia finale, I actually on that Friday then begin to plan to tape the first 15, possibly 20 episodes of the remainder of season 1 of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, which we've been talking about a lot on Wednesday's show, as Brian was asking me about why the classmates have been the same. And I told him that it was just how the game was programmed all those years ago. So I'll tape the first 20 episodes, 15, 20 episodes on that Friday following the completion of Nostalgia Paradise. And then each other week, the schedule will sort of go like this. Monday, no tapings, because I'll be focusing on the digital media course. But Wednesday, there won't be any tapings. That's because of the weeklies, which then leaves Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'll start the day by going back on my shows, rewatching those episodes. Then I'll actually get to tapings of Fifth Grader, as many episodes as I can before my lunch break. And then afterward, I'll come back up here and tape more episodes, and I'll continue taping episodes throughout the day. And taping extra episodes if time persists. So, with the goal of like 10 episodes each day over the 3 days, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Well, actually, Tuesday and Thursday, 10 episodes each day, and then Friday, we're going to go a whole lot more. But I will be doing caps on each of the tapings. On each of them. Tuesday's cap will be at 4:30. Will be at 4:30 p.m. Same with Thursday. Friday, the cap will actually be at, I think, 6:30. Either 6 or 6:30. I haven't decided. Yeah, and that's gonna be our big break too from tapings. Yeah, that's when we're gonna be taking a break from our tapings at the end of the month. But if we don't finish it by that point, that's okay. I'll just come right back and we'll, or maybe I'll just render some of the episodes that we've already done. I'll maybe render some of the episodes we've already done over the break. So then, when we complete fifth grader, I can then move on to the creation of Yahtzee and do that with the remaining time. Which then I can do that with the remaining time. And with Yahtzee, well, the remaining time of the fall taping cycle, that is. I'm hoping to shoot 200 episodes of those and get that show and just get that show off the ground. Well, not really 200 episodes, but I want to shoot as many episodes as I can before the want to shoot as many episodes as I can, going to November 2026. So I want to shoot as many episodes as I can get it to go. And then Ticket to Ride, I am possibly considering the same thing. If we do finish Yahtzee in a pretty quick manner. And then for the spring taping, we're going to take season 2 of fifth grader. Yeah, we're going to tape season 2 of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, and then I'll try to think of some other shows that we can maybe add to our cycle. One consideration is Countdown, which I have yet to do testing on. I have yet to do software testing on it, so I'll probably test that out maybe during our break. Yeah, maybe during our breaks from the tapings and whatnot, and maybe at some point do a pilot test on it. Oh, I think I just remembered one more thing too. The Game of Life. Yeah, I was thinking about recording the 10 episode limited series of the Game of Life. Maybe I'll just do it in a season. Like do it as like a summer series, just like the Bowling Train. So we could probably do that too with the time remaining instead of Ticket to Ride, or we could wait because, well, actually, Ticket to Ride we should actually do first. We should actually do Ticket to Ride first because I've set that up to replace Meal or No Meal, so that's going to debut in April, as I have decided. And then Yahtzee will then premiere sometime in June. That will be replacing the big numbers. So, as you want to try to get new shows premiered, like the month after the already existing show, completes airing. So yeah, that's the big goal. So again, what's next? Finish Nostalgia, then I'll start recording the remaining episodes of season 1 of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Then I'll begin production on Ticket to Ride. I can only record so many episodes. I can't do a lot of them though. There's a reason. Of course, it's because I want to include the holiday intros now, because I want to put my channel focused on the. I want to set my channel's focus more towards the original programming sector. Now this one's going to be a bit. It's going to be a bit difficult this time around. We may have to add because we're going to be dealing with a lot more shows this time around. So I'm going to create the holiday intro for. I want to make the holiday intro for. Yeah, make the holiday intro for 2026. But of course, we're going to do that when we get to the fall tapings next August. Well, when we do the fall 2026 tapings. But when I do end up getting a full-time job, that may actually hinder those plans a bit more, may make it a bit more difficult. Actually, shorten the amount of time that we'll have to tape any of these episodes in any manner. But of course, I will not be, doing EAS national EAS captures, by that point. But we'll still do the weekly test Wednesday things and whatnot. But we'll see. Anyway, give me one moment here. Well, actually, no. Yeah. He must be self-activating his 12.519 with the WJON or some other participant. That's anyway. One more time with the fall taping cycle schedule. Now with Sorry Complete. This week I will finish production on Nostalgia, the Nostalgia Paradise finale. But Tuesday I'll record the end of Support notification, and then Thursday I'll record the final send off and finish the episode. And then on Friday of this week actually, I am looking to begin production on Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, particularly the second half of season 1, which will go through January through May. So I'll take as much time as I need to get any of these episodes made. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm looking to tape at least 10 episodes each day, with Friday being the largest of that whole order, and I'll just either do 20, or actually I'll just do as many episodes as I can before the cutoff point. But of course, if there's time left at the end of either of those days, I'll just do extra episodes. Of course, Monday and Wednesday I won't do any tapings because Wednesday for the weeklies and Monday so I can do my digital media work for college. And then when we get to the conclusion of fifth grader, I'll then start creating episodes for Ticket to Ride that will debut. I'm looking to debut it in April. And those episodes and I'll make sure to have episodes go through November of next year. But of course, I'm going to have a whole lot of time on my hands because the end of the college semester is December 8th, so I'm going to get a whole lot of time to make these kind of episodes. And then for fifth grader, I did say about a break at the end of the month when it comes to tapings. So I was thinking maybe I could get a head start on the rendering process during that time, considering I will have that micro with me. So I'll just export the episodes, but I'm not going to get to uploading any of them yet. I'm going to wait until all of them are completely done before I finish off the season. Then that's when I'll make Ticket to Ride, and then if there's time left after that, I can either get to work on creating the first episodes of Yahtzee, which will replace the big numbers in June. I'm looking to debut it, or I could start filming the 10 episodes for the Game of Life, which I'm looking to make as a seasonal series, just like with the Bowling Train, which actually conclude. I was actually wrong on it. I think it actually concludes. Yeah, it actually concludes this week. Actually, I was wrong the first time. So this week will be the last week of the Bowling Train's third season, and then I'm thinking about making the fourth season its last one. But of course, we'll do that with the spring taping cycle, maybe a bit towards the end. So then, for the spring cycle, I'll first start by taping episodes of Yahtzee, then do season 2 of Fifth Grader, the first half of season 2, and then I'll tape season 4 of the Bowling Train, which, as I've just said, may end up being the last one. And then if there's time left after that, I can record, maybe get a head start, maybe record those 10 Game of Life episodes. Now, I'm only going to do 10 episodes of the Game of Life because there's not too. It's going to be a weekly series, so it's going to be a seasonal series with new episodes once a week. So it's not like, it's not like Downers Grove where you're going to get a new live episode like a few days a week. It's not like that. You're only going to get episodes. Yeah, he must be self-activating his things here. Yeah, he must be self-activating them. So, that's what the plan looks like for the spring taping and the rest of the fall taping cycle. But of course, with the schedule, I'll just catch up on my shows in the morning before each of the tapings, then actually begin the tapings with the lunch break in between, then come back and, tape more. That's the weather scan I hear. But yeah, as I said, I'll tape as many episodes as I can, and we'll see how far we go from there. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take our first commercial break here, and when we come back, we will kick off the Roblox extravaganza. All right, welcome back, everybody. The Roblox fun is just moments away. Yes, we're just moments away from starting our Roblox show here, but there was actually another highlight I forgot to mention from last night as like another one of our big highlight reels from yesterday's show. So, since iOS 26 has been out for 3 weeks, I have finally made the decision to finally put my iPad onto iOS 26, and so far, I am very impressed because I actually tried out the I tried out iPad OS 26 at the Verizon store when I was getting my new phone because I wanted to get an experience of what this windowed interface was going to be like when I eventually update my iPad to it. So it's on iOS 26 now. I'm glad I chose to wait for Apple to fix the bugs, and it's been working. It's been working pretty well. I haven't seen a huge dip in battery life, so this is a pretty impressive update. I mean, I like it. I like that Apple has turned their iPads now into like a sort of a portable Mac. Yeah, it's almost like a Mac because now you can move everything around in Windows and stuff. So yeah, I can do that now. But yeah, I can tell that that is iOS 26 in that short. So I mean, I showcased everything about this last night. 'Cause, I mean, I can have iMovie and YouTube open. I can even have Minecraft open at the same time too. Now this is what I call the ultimate multitasking. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. I must say. But anyway, let's not hold this thing back any longer. Shall we get started with our? We shall begin our Roblox extravaganza now. And again, we'll play games until, let's see, I'm thinking about 6 p.m. Or you know what? I'll think about it. So what's recommended for me? Let's see what this AMF game is about. Okay, where's the option to mute the music? I suppose this is another one of those games where you can actually play the yeah, I can actually go in here and actually turn on the okay, where is yeah, I can grab the balls and all right, well this is different. So where is the on switch? I don't see the on switch at all. Yeah, I don't see how you're able to turn any of them on. But here's the boombox. Yeah, that's how you mute the music in the game. Well, that's alright. I just wanted to see how you could actually mute the music in the game, so just wanted to see. So yeah, I just want to give it a try. Yeah, and this time I'll let the music go. Because I was just curious to know how we could mute the music in the game, so I suppose it resets every time a new player joins, so that's actually a pretty good game. I like it. So pretty similar to that Brunswick one. So I'll go ahead and give this a thumbs up, and we'll add that to our regular rotation. Now let's locate Cornerstone, because that's where we're going to go next here. Oh yeah, here we go, the Halloween. This is the one. A red box kiosk. I bought a red box kiosk. I'm surprised somebody actually bought a red box kiosk. There we go. I was about to reset the game to get the proper numbers. In order to get the proper numbers to show up, but oh yeah, there we go. It just took a matter of resetting. Now, I was thinking, why don't we do the same thing we did on Tuesday? You know, where we had different background music. I think that I actually liked that idea. I liked that idea so much that I think we should do it again. So, but I'll keep VLC player down as much as possible. That way, you all can hear me while we're. Yeah, I think this is a better idea. And also, I gotta remember which ones have claims on them and which ones don't. Yeah, give me a few moments while I take some of these out. Yeah, make sure I get them all. If I can think of any. Alright, I think that's all of them. Play the classic mode now. That should try to black out as much of the music in the background as possible. Here's 44,000. Now the baseball game.
Single. 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 Single.
Alright, last roll.
Single.
3 across. Issues flash flood emergency for Pinal. I just looked back at the message and saw it. I just went back and saw it. Hopefully I didn't make the music too loud. Okay, that's probably better. Because I don't want the music to be too loud. Alright, let's play Spin and Win now. Are you ready to play Deal or No Deal? Absolutely. Number 9 was what robbed me during Friday's game. So... let's see if number 9 will be a good number this time. Here comes the banker's offer. No. Gosh, we're losing a lot of the big amounts here. Yeah, I think it's probably a little too loud. Okay, I think that's better. Go for it. Alright. Let's see. Nice. Got the second best amount on the board. Gotta score 990 to win the bonus. Well, now it's 985. Well, 32 to mark down. What else to mark down? Y'all we can mark down. Do I have anything else? And that's all we can do here. Can't think of anything else. Wow, 9 inches of rain in Pinal County? Oh my goodness. Not that we can mark down. Okay, we're down to the last one. Yeah, I'm not gonna try anymore. Here's that speed bingo. I was about to mark that down. Yeah, 3,400. Each of the 35 pieces onto the 5x5 grid. Yeah, I can't. Oh. Good thing I saw that move at the last second. $410. As much as we'd like to play again, we don't have enough credits to do so.
And for Monday night, partly cloudy and easy.
Oh, that's enough credits. Skip that one. +4. That one's 6. This is 6. That's 6, 7, 5.
Mostly sunny.
This one costs 4. Yeah, stay in the green.
Then becoming mostly cloudy. Mostly upper 40s. For Friday, mostly cloudy. Highs around 70. Friday night, mostly cloudy.
Yeah, that's it.
Lows in the lower 50s. And for Saturday, mostly
Let's see, there's 2 more tokens here.
you are listening to NOAA Weather Radio, WNG 689, serving Porter Township, South Lorenzo, Red Lear, and Frog.
You're getting Hebron. Ah, it was too late.
In open. For rest of today, sunny. Highs in the lower 70s.
Score -53. A score of -53. Like the player is just not. It's like AFK. It's not touching anything at all.
Tonight, the temperature was 65 degrees.
Oh my gosh.
And for Monday night,
I'm gonna let it all go to waste.
for Tuesday, partly cloudy. Highs
I'm gonna let the time count down. All the way.
For Wednesday, mostly cloudy in the morning. For Wednesday night,
Only won 2 tickets. They only won 2.
mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 70s.
I can't remember. Was there like a guide to like how much each game costs or what?
Lows in the lower 50s. And for Saturday,
Oh, here we go. Alright, there we go. Now we have enough for one more game. Why don't we play this? Yeah, why don't we play this Tringo game again? That sounds like me.
For Monday night, partly lower 60s. Wednesday night, clear. Thursday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid 60s. Thursday night, mostly clear in the evening. Partly cloudy.
That one.
Lows in the upper. Friday night, partly cloudy with a 20% chance of showers. Lows in the lower 50s. Saturday. Partly in the lower 70s. Now that might be a weather diagram right up the
There's the report.
12:54 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
All right, dude, let's get you in. All right, is it unlocked? All right, watch your arm. Okay.
I scored 418. Yeah, unlike that other player who only scored
Sorry.
like
Clipped her.
negative triple digits.
No,
I clipped her.
Negative
left me with
triple
a wheelchair
digits.
on the way
That's a
out.
that's a pretty crazy score.
that's alright. I'll live. I just don't want to make it
Let me turn Drew down a bit.
right, you know.
I'm not sure what what his plans are for today, but for what it sounds like, I think he's going somewhere fun. Did he mute? I think he did. Yeah, I think he finally muted. He just didn't mute in time. That's right. Okay. Oh, did they change the half price day? Oh, what is this? Half price Saturdays. Huh, they make the games half off on Saturdays? This is only a Sunday. So that's interesting. They already have all the games half off. So I guess they must have changed something. And these games cost 3 instead of 5. Well, yeah, it can't be 2.5. So they're rounding them up to they're rounding up all the credit values to the nearest whole number. So like half of 7 is 3.5. So they rounded that up to 4. So that means a lot more time here. And I've decided that we will save destroying San Francisco for the grand finale. You know, like one of the last games that we play here at the very end. Yeah, there's that new jackpot animation. I think it was part of the update. The Arcade Island Cafe is now open. What could you get there for? Let's see what they got. Is that for me or is that for somebody else? Hand to name. Handed you an item. Oh, he must have handed me that tray. Here, let's I can hit escape to get rid of it. Oh no, backspace. Backspace gets rid of the item. I guess they must have disabled that in this. But I can switch items around. There we go. But then where do we go to eat then? They just handed me the tray. Now where do we go to eat? Are there like any tables or something? I'm curious. Well, where do you go to eat? Where do you set this stuff down? Nope. How do you eat the food in this game? Or is this food not eatable or something? It probably isn't eatable. Yeah, it probably isn't eatable. At least that's what I think, so, because usually it's like, what, click and it... I guess it's not eatable. What's this story? Normal mode. Oh, these are like, oh, these must be... These are like quests. Like in that other game. Ah, dang it, I was too late. Where was that video I saw last week? Oh, it's called America's Funniest Bloopers. That was the one. It was like a weird twist of AFB. They like rebranded it to AFB. Well, yeah, it seems like I guess they could call this half price weekends. As yeah, 15 was rounded down to 7. Was cut in half to 7.5. So yeah, this is not like Dave and Buster's where each of the credits are in like a set decimal value. Like 6.8 or 3.2 or 4.5 or something like that. Yeah, it's not like that here. Everything is rounded to the nearest whole number. Yeah, to the nearest whole number. Let's go ahead and play this one now. Yeah, the music's probably loud enough to cancel the music out from the game, so. Well, hopefully it is, but yeah, hopefully it is when I look back at the recording at the end of the show. Well, actually when we're done here, or maybe a bit later on during the coming break. You gotta get $5.95 to win the bonus. Ooh, Putnam County WX must have gotten HH54. The HH54 VP, I was gonna look to replace mine with a brand new one. But even though mine is like falling out of shape cosmetically, it's still doing its job. It's still getting the job done, which is how it should be. It should still get the job done after all these years. Because I got mine in 2018. And even after all these years, it is still going well. Okay, looks like somebody else wants to play now. Alright, we'll let them get their chance. And we'll play Let's Bounce. I'm going by the original game's name, the actual name of the game, not here, but in reality. Like Big Bass Wheel and or a game of similar nature. And there we go, got the jackpot on the first try. Oh boy, got the fire balloon. Did it take my 40? Oh, I see somebody else must have hit the 40 before I did. Okay, there we go. Now it's taking my 40. I can't even see the edge of it. I can't even see the edge of it. Alright, I gotta go again quickly. It's like a race to the... It's like a race to the finish line. Okay, I think that's going to do it. Oh yeah, even better. That thing is brand new. Looks like it had never been opened. After all these years, it had been sitting in its original box. Or clamshell packaging. Alright. Okay, there we go. I can see the edge of it now. There we go. Is that gonna be it? Let's see if that does it. I don't even know where the edge of it is. I can sort of see it from the fire effect. Yeah, there it is in its place in his collection. Going to war in Minecraft? Oh no. Hasn't even taken my 4 yet. But I think I saw the 40, I think I saw the big 40 get triggered. And there we go. The 4 actually worked. The 4 actually worked. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yep, and now it's back to the standard jackpot of 1,000. Oh my god, that mega bonus. It's like 5,000 tickets for the mega bonus. And it got the regular jackpot on like the second try. Oh my gosh. The Roblox window is visible. Do we keep trying until we win that mega bonus? Yeah, I think we can. We have a lot of credits and a tap off today, so. The ball is like struggling to move. There we go. That one flash flood warning I'm gonna go back on before we start the next game. Just as a bit of a reminder. Well, after we finish Arcade Island here, I meant to say. It got the jackpot again. It gave me the 720 before it reset. And now they won the 522. They already playing the other side? Yeah. For the third time. Let's see, he's on the road. Northwest Indiana, heading home. I can tell. Here, I'll just, here, I'll actually pop it out. There it goes, so I can see. You know, it'd be nice if I actually had the proper music to fit. So I guess all those stations he was picking up, he was in Northwest Indiana earlier. Yeah, he must have been in Northwest Indiana. I think he was there. I think he was staying there for the night or something. I don't know what it was, but. And I know you all can't see it. And that overpass marks the state line. Welcome to Illinois. The start of the tri-state is just ahead. You know what? I'm actually gonna change out I'm gonna change the music and I'll go ahead and actually show the ride as well. No, not that one. That's it. Yes. I'll let you see the ride in the corner. Yeah, let's just see the ride in the corner of the screen there. Covering the chat area. I'm gonna let the song finish, and then I'll pick out the next one. But of course, still got a long way to go on the tri-state. See if he shows us the whole ride. I kind of feel like we're doing another real driving video. Like, it's like we're doing another real driving episode right now. but it's gonna be a while before we, don't know how long it's gonna be before we get to do another one. But the plan was around Christmas, we were gonna do 355. I believe that's what I mentioned. Okay, here comes the end of this one. Alright, time to change it out. I'll change it out at the right moment. Oh my gosh, I keep getting the regular jackpot. Yep, there's IL 394. This is just for you folks. Here, I'll extend it further. And I'll actually loop the song multiple times. Make it as if I'm in the car with him right now. I sure hope you had a good time in Northwest Indiana. It's certainly been a long time since I've last been in Northwest Indiana. Actually, no, it hasn't been that long, has it? We were there last year for Christmas Eve. I remember I did 2 real driving videos. No, actually I did 3. This section of 294 that he's showing us, 2 of them actually. Well, the first one was I-80. The other one was this section that he's showing right now. And then, of course, he'll get to show us the section of the Tri-State that we have not yet covered. Probably never will. If not, it'll probably be a long time until we do so. It's the section from Cicero to 95th where there are no exits at all. And I think I forgot to mention something else too. When we were heading home, and I was telling him, well, not really heading home, but so you're heading out of that Christmas Eve party, and we were getting on the road. She told me that we wouldn't be taking I-80 again. Well, and then I said, yeah, that's. I mean, I was expecting it anyway, because 294 is going to get us there, and it's a section that we have not yet covered on video anyway, so. We've covered 80, we've covered 294 on video. We've covered a lot of 294. We covered a whole lot of that northern section. In had the last of it actually. So I'd say we pretty much covered all of 294 on video, except for that other section where it's just no exits at all. And I have a good feeling that, considering how far it is from this point that he's at right now, I'm gonna pass by my grandparents. Yeah, the town of Oak Lawn, because it's just right off of 95th Street going east. I believe it's east. Yeah, eastbound 95th Street. Yeah, eastbound 95th Street. You get off of 294. Well, in our case, we go southbound on 294. We exit onto 95th Street. The second exit, that takes us into what I call the Lawn of Oaks. Yep, there's that new toll gantry, which I don't think Apple Maps has shown the updated imagery for that yet. Yep, there comes 159th Street, which is the route that takes me to the closest of all of my relatives. It's literally just to drive down Renwood Road and 9th Street and then 159th after 355, and there we are. I'll actually give Crystal Waters a try for that other section too, right? I kind of associated that song quite well with that section, but I prefer but I tried it with 355 on the last Roblox show that we did. Coming up to that new interchange, that just finished interchange, connecting I-294 with I-57. Not too bad, the northbound direction cannot connect to the southbound I-57. Well, that's because there's already direct access to southbound I-57 and I-80. So 294 exits to, well, because after the 294-80 split, you can continue west on I-80 if you want to get to I-57 southbound. So there isn't really any sort of reason as to that. Kind of like sort of like a bypass to it. Yeah, and this is a part of 294 that we actually rarely go down this stretch of 294. We very rarely do. Well, I say very rarely as in not all the time. It's mainly the section that we take at 294 now is the southern half of the Central Tri-State, which is from 95th Street to I-55. Well, that's if you're going northbound. So that going southbound, it will be the other way. I-55 to 95th Street. And that was actually our section of the 294 as part of the Central Tri-State reconstruction project that was built first through 2021 or 22. Well, yeah, 2021. And then it was finished in 2023, so it only took a good couple years, and it showed you all the final product in the 294 southbound Street View video. The last one that we did, which was in Christmas, which was on Christmas Day 2020. No, I think it was just after Christmas 2023, actually. But then around that same time last year, we did southbound 294. No, we did northbound 294. I mean, I thought it was very well timed after that we needed a remake. I feel like it's getting closer to my grandparents. I think about my grandparents every time I see the southbound side of 294. Well, the southbound side in any direction, whether it's northbound or southbound. And now crossing over the Calumet Sag Channel into Alsip. Here comes Cicero Avenue, which is another one of those quick routes that you take to get to my grandparents. My main grandparents, actually. And there's Swaparama, the auction place. Yeah, in that street, in that real driving video, that was where we ended because Cicero Avenue would be the quickest route to my grandparents. That you just follow Cicero through Alsip, and then after you cross over then after you reach 95th Street, would be technically lawn. So, all right. Now for the newest song in our collection, and I'll lock it in case it repeats again. Let's try it with the stretch of 294. Instead, we'll wait till after Drew's done with 294 before we'll wait till Drew's finished showing us 294 before we go back on that flash flip from earlier. But wait a minute. We don't have to wait because it went over globes. So, well, just as long as they haven't continued it yet. As long as they haven't updated it yet. They haven't updated it yet, so back on it now. Coming up, Ridgeland Avenue. Here comes the Worth Water Tower. A signature of this stretch. For Gila. I'll play the last part of this again. And now, our usual section is coming up next. 95th Street. Now crossing Harlem. Oh, that ball is stuck. Alright. Now it's time for another favorite. This one. Central Tri-State. I'm gonna go ahead and reverse the song around again. Won the regular jackpot again. And here's the Archer LaGrange 294 interchange. Right hand side would be the ramp for, oh, I guess it didn't capture it, but that would be the ramp for the northbound entrance, the new northbound entrance ramp for Archer. You know, I'm not ready to complete the song yet. Let's find another game to. Now we're crossing over the new northbound span of the Mile Long Bridge. I miss the old Mile Long Bridge, but its time had come. It had become structurally deficient. Its time had come. It was structurally deficient and it needed to be replaced. But I do like the new spans overall. Here's I-55. Just end the song right there, but then just leave it silenced. Now we're going through Indian Head Park or Countryside. Well, I'm guessing this is Indian Head Park now. And very soon we will be in Hinsdale. And since we're on the north side now, and then right there is the exit to the Hinsdale Oasis. Its pavilion was unfortunately demolished as part of the reconstruction. But the sad part was we never got to visit any of those pavilions when they were open. That's the sad part. Oh yep, here comes the congestion. Right, it comes with the territory, because of this construction. Oh my god, they're still extending them. Yes. Well, thankfully, this was the kind of traffic we did not have to sit through northbound when we made the 294 video just about a month ago. Yeah, we're coming up on about a month since I made that. Not just that, but the Northbrook Rofang compilation too. Also made a Rofang compilation out of Northbrook. That too was a whole lot of fun to make. This is not a pre-recorded video. This is all live. This is live right now. Both the game and of course the ride there. So we're trying to get out as much as possible.
There's reason to suspect that something strange is going on here.
We'll see if Drew can actually catch a train on the racetrack when we get there. This is actually one of the last sections to actually review. This is the last one. This is the last section from I-55 up to North Avenue. Yeah, I-55 to North Avenue is the last section of the Central Tri-State that has to be reconstructed. Because a lot of the other sections have already been built. The only time we ever encountered congestion along this ride was when we went southbound on 294, just before North Avenue. pitch is gonna alternate itself back up to normal.
He keeps his cows inside a place that looks like this.
Yeah, let's just go and play Monopoly now.
There's reason to suspect that something strange is going on. He keeps his cows inside a place that looks like this. There's reason to suspect that something strange is going on.
No, I think we're just looking for just Gila. We're looking for just Gila, Arizona.
He keeps his cows inside a place that looks like this. There's reason to suspect that something strange is going on. There's reason to suspect that something strange is going on.
Oh my god, Phoenix is still extending them. They're still extending all these flash flood warnings. My god. And then after this, we're gonna play one more round of Monopoly. Oh, I see we're finally moving again. Alright, let's roll the track back. And move. There we go. And there it is.
Something strange is going on.
The mighty racetrack. The BNSF racetrack. The busiest railroad in all of Chicagoland. I was debating on whether I was going to go back to the racetrack in Willow Springs for lunch, but considering we were going to be in Northbrook, I thought, you know what? Since we were going to be in Northbrook, you know what? I thought, I've never been to Northbrook before. I probably may never get to do any, I may not ever get another chance like that again. So, I'm so glad I took that opportunity. Especially that close call with that Metra towards the end. Ogden. Yep. This part of 294 has not changed since I covered that section about a month ago. And we are gonna switch the song out with the song that I prefer the most when it comes to the northbound section of 294. That is Seal at Terrain. We're gonna change it out immediately after the conclusion after situational awareness concludes.
There's reason to suspect that something strange is going on there.
Alright, let's cue this guy now. Let's turn it up a bit more. We have some of the remaining old lampposts that have yet to be removed. Now we're approaching the biggest bottleneck on the entire tollway system. The I-290, I-88, and I-294 interchange, where they're doing some major construction on that. Should back a little bit. And now every time I see this section, I think about all those years ago when we used to take this section to go to my great grandma's house, which I showed off on camera several times. Back again. No, we're not there. Yeah, it's at this point where we usually exit onto I-290. That what he went over was the fly-under ramp. What will be the fly-under ramp for I-294 north to I-290 westbound. Yeah, to westbound I-290. Replacing that loop ramp that has been a pain for all those drivers, especially myself. Let's go to the doghouse game next, Walter. but now he's passing by North Lake. Every time I see this section, I think about how much I miss my great grandma.
This is a very deadly situation. The following message is transmitted at the request of the local nuclear power plant. A nuclear power plant warning has been issued. All residents within 50 miles of the plant shall immediately proceed to a shelter and remain there until further notice.
Crossing over the Bensonville Rail Yard.
Flood warning in effect. The National Weather Service has issued a flood warning, which is currently in effect. Motorists and pedestrians should be aware of possible flooding in creeks and streams and other flagged or flood-prone locations. Flooding is ongoing. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flood waters. Thunderstorms are producing heavy flooding over the flood area, which may result in more than 2 inches of rain.
Alright, finally got the flash flood warning I missed. After waiting like, what? 20 minutes? Yep, to exit 42, the Tui Avenue. We're off at East Tui. Alright, well, alright, well that's going to be as much as we will show of his journey home. Just wanted to show the Tri-State Tollway and all that, but yeah, we want our viewers to see the rest of the ride. Oh my gosh, it's 96 degrees! Almost like how it was in Chicago at this same time frame. Yeah, I thought I'd just do that here. Okay. All right. Let's make sure here that I've gotten everything I needed.
Producing AM.
Gonna actually. All right. Put the flash flood warning before we move on.
Includes the thunderstorm producing heavy rain. Standard some location. Don't that one. Current vehicles. Air. Most of the current vehicles. Flag. Count. The flag. To send it. Reporting to local. Into the zone. The one. Wait. Meaning metropolitan with local.
Yep, and then finally here's the one for Hero. Alright, so that replaces all the clips that were there previously. Okay, so we're up to date now, but I gotta say, that was quite a unexpected surprise for our viewers, so hope you all enjoyed that. I did. I certainly enjoyed that. I sure hope Drew enjoyed the ride. What is this? Oh, this is the aftermath of the memes thing. On an Acer Aspire 1. great. All right. Let's see. What else can we try next? Let's see what this train simulator is. Train coupling cam re-added. What's this? So found out that some more bug fixes are coming to iOS 26, but I personally have not seen any of this. All right, let's go back on the Amtrak stuff. All right, and then Wauwatosa. Let's turn back the clock a bit. Add Jackbox Party Pack 11 to your wish list. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now to Mount Pleasant. I'm gonna keep turning back the clock until we see Zephyr number 6. Here we go, 10:50 a.m. Okay, and then Galesburg. So Amtrak 5 has departed out of Chicago right on time. Southwest Chief won't be too far behind. $11:39 was when it arrived in Galesburg. Okay, so that takes care of all of it. And I see a Texas Eagle has just left Chicago and is on its way now down the Heritage Corridor. Set to arrive in Joliet in at 2:52. And there's a bunch of Hiawatha's on its way now down the Milwaukee North service. And then there's builder number 8 arriving in Watertown. And the Borealis now pulling into Columbus. And then there's the other Borealis now arriving at La Crosse. Wonder if there's even a rail cam there. Let's see. No, there isn't, so. Nope, there isn't. Alright then. So that takes care of all that. A pop-up live stream of Laplata. So this is different from the Virtual Rofan camera. Alright. We're going to go ahead and do another game now. Let's do this guy here. We're going to have to change the song now. How about something that's a little more intensive? Like this one here. Oh yeah, it's going to sound better in low pitch. Alright, this bridge is almost gone. This is the last tower to remove. We're just slowly trying to get rid of this bridge. The problem here is that the towers are attached to something. We gotta remove that cable so we can get them both to fall down. pretty much trapped.
Down there.
There goes that part. Alright. Now we're gonna try Alex's new song. Yep, from yesterday's Street View video of Wolves Crossing. I think we need to try harder. Maybe we can get this part of the bridge to finally come down. There we go. We got the rest of it to fall. Got the rest of it to collapse. Now for side 2. Try the other side now. too. Alright. Time for plan B. Okay, we got one side to fall. This might finish off the other side. Wow. We already heard this one. And I guess we must resort to the medians. Did that do it? Okay, that'll do it. That should at least do it. Looks like it did. Let's see it finally coming down. Oh, they're go. Left. There we go. Complete total collapse. Still have to finish off this set though. See if we just put immense pressure. There we go, we can see all the debris being picked up and taken off the map, one by one. Come on. How much pressure do I need to put just to get this entire thing to come down? Whoa. There we go, I think that, yep, there we go, it's finally starting to collapse. finish off the other one now. And this is how we finish it off. This will be the final song we do here before we take our next break. This will be the finale of this game too, by the way. Yep, 5 minutes, and that is how much time we've got left here. I don't think we can get the approach fans to collapse. at this point, we finished that bridge off nice and good. So, with the time remaining, let's get rid of this cable stayed bridge now. Coming a tsunami. Sure. No. I can even fly an airplane? Oh, that's cool. Looks like I can fire missiles too. Well, that's neat. Yeah, that's... Well, I didn't know about it until later. Okay, well, that concludes the first half of our Roblox show here for this week. I need a break, so let's take that break. And when we come back, more Roblox fun. All right, welcome back, everyone. Well, that felt like it took an eternity. I have to say, I really made great use of my time during that break. So I went back on all 3 of the afternoon Amtrak trains. I also got some more work done with Interstate 67. And I saw Mount Holly spamming coastal flood warnings again. Well, this time it wasn't just Mount Holly, it was a bunch of them. And DC too, I saw. So let's take a moment and go back on those before we continue on here. So let's take a moment and go back on those before we continue with our show. I don't understand why that's even an ad in the first place. Oh my god, that's a lot of coastal flood warnings. Holy crap. Alright. So after I get caught up on these, we will move on to Destroying San Francisco, the official second half of our show. All right. So there we go. That is all done. Now we are ready to actually kick off the finale here. It's this one. All right, so now that we're all caught up with everything and everything's back up and running, after that, let's get on with our actual Roblox finale. Yes, because at the end of last week's show, I said that we would make San Francisco the new true finale here of the actual show. After I found out I could do a whole lot with it. But tonight, we get an hour and a half worth of AFV, a full hour show plus a half hour special. And then after that half hour special, we're going to spend a little bit of time in my Minecraft world because I got the express local exit lanes built during that break. I'll just need to put up the signage now because I need the computer so I could put up the arrows, the correct arrows. All right. And then, of course, we'll do KDKA, Ticket to Ride, and whatever else we want to do tonight. So, without further ado, let the finale begin. So let's see how far we can get with this game before the start of AFP. Isn't that good enough? Or even more. Okay, let's step back in time. But really, we're getting these movies flying in the sky. Oh my gosh, even the power is enough to get me flying in the air. Okay, I gotta reset again. Because there's like no way I could possibly land to the ground at that high of an altitude safely. Come on, what is gonna do the job here? My goodness. Let's try this side. Yep, now the buildings are starting to go all over the place. Some already beginning to fly off the map. Yeah, some already starting to fly off the map. It's going so slow because of how much debris is still on the map. Even just one shot was enough to start flying me way off the map. No, don't leave. Or respawn. I feel like we're gonna be respawning a gazillion times as we near the end of this. Well, as we're in the middle of this, I should say. We're not even close to the end. We'll know when we're at the end when the... We'll actually know when we're at the end when the performance begins to improve. That's how we know we're almost at the end. Yeah, that's how we'll know we're almost at the end. Here we go, we're all flying. probably just take it slow. Or just landing in the ocean. was right in the epicenter. Oh, there we go again. go right off the edge. Along with all those other rules. So we got flying blocks of buildings. I'm ready for that. Try to get the rest of these off the mainland. trying to push him over the edge. We're getting more. We guys shared the song already. Not this one yet. Let's do a low pitch version to make this more interesting. About 5 minutes. So AFE begins. Which will then be the cutoff for this destruction. Really flying. Now let's change up the song. Nah. How about we do After Score for the grand finale? This will be the grand finale of this entire thing. let's go ahead and end the music. It's time for AFE. I know that is a that must be a WJ1 originated test of some kind. From TV, so not going to. Well, thankfully, I'm not going to accept that one. Okay, wow, what a great start to AFE tonight. So we just wait for it to come back, and then we'll see what other kind of videos we got. That last one. Okay, all caught up with everything. Now back to AFE once again. Okay. Well, the full hour AFE just finished, and now we're watching the half hour edition. Once that's over, we will get to the. We'll get into Minecraft for just a bit. Oh, there we go. There's the low battery reminder. Now, what the heck is Barney the Cockatoo up to tonight? Was playing catch with that Furby thing? Whatever that Furby thing is. Oh yeah, and during the final break of the full hour AFE, my father showed me a funny skit from Saturday Night Live involving a cat that can drive a car called Toonsy the Driving Cat. Alright, I believe AFE is about to come back. The next part of the half hour edition. All right, another great segment there. Man, this bird's having a good time. Yeah, this is from the Rough Fanning live stream. Pretty nice. Okay, back to the show. Actually, not just yet. Let me see if I can find it. See if I can find that segment. Oh yes, here it is right here. All right. So AFE is now on its final break, and we're getting ready here. Now, I know we're gonna kind of do sort of a repeat of last night, but essentially what we'll be doing here is we'll just be finishing up a process that I started earlier. Now, I was thinking maybe putting up some of those tall light spires as well in the process. Yeah, I was thinking maybe put up some tall light spires also. You know, as a little bit of a decoration to the project as well. You know, since I think the signage is probably going to go very quickly, we might as well do the spires. Yeah, we might as well do the light spires while we're there, so that will really put an end to the project. But I will pretty much for sure be putting up even more of those, you know, later on down the line. In fact, as we continue to work toward the completion of this huge project that we've been working on for a good while. It's not letting me resize it. Odd. I can't really resize the window. What about moving it to the side? Even moving it to the side, I can't do it. That's lame. Yeah, I can't move it up to the top. Oh, it's already back. All right, that is a wrap. Wow, that was an exciting edition of AFE. Actually, two editions, that is. We got a half hour and a full hour show. Yep, and now what's airing on ABC is the one of the latest Disney films, The Haunted Mansion. Well, that's actually kind of perfect because it's October and Halloween is just around the corner. Here's that new logo that Disney introduced a few years ago. This logo's pretty cool, but I like the original better. Disney 100. Yep, back when they were celebrating their 100th anniversary, or centennial anniversary. And then this is the start of the film. And then that's the beginning of the movie. So, well, I must say. But yeah, I found that, as I said earlier, I found that skit of Tunes is the driving cat. I found that crazy SNL skit earlier. Okay, well, anyway, let's go ahead and load up the Minecraft thing to take care of that last bit of business with the world. And then we will be all set to go. Oh my gosh, I still can't get enough of that driving cat. I was watching it just as we were putting the signs down. But anyway, yeah, that is as far as, well, as much as I would like to put the light spires up, I'm not going to do that because I don't see any sort of reason as to doing it. So then, let's go ahead and exit the game. And I can just go ahead and close the window like so. Actually, I'll just close the windows on both ends. Okay, so we are finished with that. Now, let me try to do a few more things. As I tried to change them. Yeah, for some reason I can't really seem to change the. Oh wow! I see the numbers change. I see the brightness of the numbers changing, but I can't really change the actual background. I think that's a flaw. I think it's been a flaw in iOS for a good while. But I have been able to try to get it working by just unlocking the screen and then just holding down while it says unlock to edit. That looks like it didn't work. Let me try that again. I gotta keep trying as much as I can. I gotta try like enough force. Oh, there we go, got it. Alright, and I can clear that wallpaper. And this one. I think I held down in like a different area or something on the screen. I don't know where, but at least I got it to work, which is good. That's a good thing. I got it to work. Well, at least for the most part. But, oh well. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense because I probably will not be changing the wallpaper as much on my phone as I have been before, so. Well, in fact, I'll be just switching between the styles. It's fun. Okay, so finish that up. The completion of Interstate 67 express lanes. But anyway, we have about, let's see, just about an hour before we get to the main part here of our Sunday show. I'll go ahead and shut the fan off since it's starting to get cooler out. Yeah, it's really going to start getting cooler, but the temperatures apparently are going to rise again. So, all right. So, I gotta say, this has just been quite fun. I must say. Am I gonna mess around with that? Well, now I got into that driving cat after my father showed me it earlier during the final commercial break of the full hour portion. I've been watching that clip over and over again while I was putting up the signs for 67. Well, you all couldn't hear it because it was muted, obviously. But anyway, I'll go ahead and repeat everything that I mentioned at the top of the show for those of you who were not with us. So, we wrapped up our Roblox show for this week just before AFE. And so now Roblox is back to its original time slot of Sundays at noon. Yeah, Sundays at noon. Well, actually, before I continue, I want to go ahead and get this guy ready for tonight. Alright. So, let's see here. Everything's coming in except for WERX because they tested earlier. Oh, wait, that's not it. There we go. And I'll just copy of this all the way up to here. There we go. Yep, and then I will. Oh, I gotta take all this stuff out too. There we go. Now that's ready to go. Alright, WJ1 is going. So yeah, we did our Roblox show earlier today, and as I said at the end of last week's show, we moved San Francisco to the very end because we could get a lot more out of it. And we certainly did, didn't we? That will be probably the idea going forward for our Roblox program. This will probably be the straightforward idea. Alright, back to what I was talking about earlier, now that I got everything ready to go for tonight. Yeah, everything ready to go for tonight once we are done here. So, we did our Roblox show earlier just before AFV. And I talked about the fall taping cycle and where and what is coming next for it. Gonna wait for the Guam IPOS test to finish before I move forward. I'll get that receiver ready. That's the one. Okay. Alright, moving on now with the fall taping. So, as you all know, I have completely finished the creation, well, essentially the recording, exporting, and uploading and scheduling of all of the 260 new Sorry episodes that will be released. That is going to be released throughout through the holiday season this year and all of next year. Yeah, this holiday season and all of next year. And it certainly took me quite a while to get it all done. So, now, what's coming next for the fall taping? Well, as I'm sure you all can tell by the date, we are just 2 days, we have only 2 days left until Microsoft pulls the plug on Windows 10. And that is what I have planned the nostalgia finale for all along. I've planned the nostalgia finale based on that one subject. And also this week, I finally got to and also along with the addition of the ESU program and also the ESU program, I also added some visuals to the part that came to the part that would come after that, which is on my memories and experiences with Windows 10. When I first encountered Windows 10, basically anywhere up to present day, essentially. I can't believe how fast time has gone by. And I've already made my plans to truly conclude actual production on the show. I've gotten KDK started, so I wanted to get that going before I continue any further. All right. So, what's next for the fall taping cycle, and what's next for this coming week? So tomorrow will be our Minecraft show, as per usual. However, tomorrow night, Wheel of Fortune will not be seen here in the Chicago market. Well, actually, I forgot about one more thing too. During our Roblox show, if you may have missed it, Drew was actually showing us nearly the entirety of the Tri-State, taking the Tri-State Tollway from Northwest Indiana to all the way back to Park Ridge via Toohey Avenue. Well, and that's all the details I'm going to say. I'm not going to say any more details about that because I am sure you all know what I'm sure you all don't want to know where it continued from there, or where it ended from there. Those are all the details I'm going to say, and I'm not going to say any more about it. But anyway, back to this week's plan. So, tomorrow night will be our Minecraft show, as usual. This was kind of like we did like two separate previews. We got the main preview was the construction of the Interstate 21 bridge, 221 bridge. Well, actually, 3 bridges, along with the 2 system interchanges at Interstate. Yeah, Interstate 32 on both sides. We also extended the last of those roads on the other side, the 132 side, as I like to call it. I haven't decided town names for some of those areas yet, but yeah, I haven't decided town names yet, but for some of them, but I do know of one town name in particular. So yeah, I do know of one town name in particular. So of course that is what we'll be working with all night tomorrow night, which will be 221. And we are going to get a lot of time, actually, to get this roadway done if all goes well. Now, why do I say that, though? Well, that's a very good question. Well, because tomorrow night is the Bears game. Tomorrow night is the Bears game. Actually, I'll finish as KDK is testing now. And we've stopped including Amplify because there wasn't really a reason. Okay then. Now we wait for Cass and Clay to test for a third time, which, as I've said, I don't know why they like to do 3 tests in one day, but I don't find it necessary for that. To just do 1 and be done. But if that's what they like to do, that's what they like to do. Anyway, back to the plan. So the reason why we're going to get a whole lot of time on this week's Minecraft show, if all goes well, is because It is because tomorrow night is the Bears game, and I'm pretty sure that's what my father wants to see. And because this is our game and it will be televised nationally, that means we will not be seeing Wheel of Fortune here in the Chicago market tomorrow night, which means we'll have to wait for the 3 a.m. rerun. To wait for the 3 a.m. rerun to see if the show ended up airing or not. Well, actually, yeah, but wait for the 3 a.m. airing if I miss it on New York, because New York should air Wheel of Fortune. Well, what about Name That Tune Weakest Link? Well, those are going to air on Fox as usual. So I was thinking if my father wanted to watch the Bears game, might as well watch all of those shows up here with all of you while continuing to build in that Minecraft world. And of course, I'll mute. Of course, I'll mute while the show is actually on. Well, yeah. Well, before each show goes on and then of course I'll give updates if I feel like it during each commercial break. So that's what the plan is for tomorrow. And then Tuesday, well, of course, during the day, I'll take care of the rest of my, the next part of my work for the digital media course for my college class here. And then on, let's see, yeah, that was the other part I forgot to mention. So then on Tuesday, there's only one more part of the digital media course to complete, and I will actually either I will complete that part after the first part of it, or I'll wait till the next day to take care of it. And again, that next day would be Tuesday the 14th. So yeah, Tuesday the 14th. And then also later that day, that I will tape the first part of the actual true final segments of the nostalgia finale, which is installing the final update plus the end of support notification for Windows 10. Well, the notification saying support has ended. That's essentially what it is. Saying support ends, support has ended. Yeah, something somewhere along those lines. And with that, then after I shoot the footage of the notification, I'll just throw that into the episode and be done with it. But then also, of the OS Fundamentals evening class, then I'll come back here and play catch up before winding down for the evening. And then, of course, Wednesday will be our weekly test show. Of course, the first part of it will not change. However, my cloud security class begins this week, so this coming Wednesday. So Monopoly will be cut off at 5. Well, actually at 4:45, I believe. Right after we cut off Monopoly, that's going to be the end of the first part. So don't expect any talking news chaos or anything like that. Or we could do a shortened version of it before I head out the door. And then we'll come back and we'll catch up with everything from earlier, and then we'll get ready to do Deal or No Deal with Brandon and maybe the Lembine too. And then on Thursday, of course, then in the morning, I will tape the of course, in the morning, first and foremost, I will do the final discussions for the week for the 3 classes, the replies for digital media, and of course the answering the discussion questions for both OS fundamentals and cloud security. From what I see with cloud security, there's going to be discussion questions again. I'm assuming from the last time. I'm guessing there's going to be. I guess there's also going to be 2 replies added on top of that. But I guess we'll find out on day 1. I guess we'll find out on week 1 if that's what we're going. If that's what I'm going to get. But anyway, then after I do that and catch up on my shows, I will then tape the true final segment of the entire episode, which is bringing out my old laptop once more. I'll actually install the final update on my old laptop too, and maybe I'll have to add a support notification along with the destruction. If I could get it to pop out somewhere, huh? I'll see. I don't think that's possible, but I could try. So I'll try my best. But anyway, then I'll do the official send off, and then that's the end of the, and then do any final voice lines, completely ending the episode. Now, if I have time before my network fundamentals class this week to actually put together and render the final episode in its entirety, I will be more than happy to take care of that. But if not, then I'll wait until until after the backyard baseball game when I come back from class, and then do the rendering, exporting, and uploading up right then and there. Now, for nostalgia, this week, since it's going to be finale week, you're going to get 3 episodes. Well, actually 2 episodes, and then of course the finale. But of course, the release time will not change. You'll still get, so you're going to get episode 118 this Tuesday, and then you'll get 119 on Thursday, and then Saturday will be the actually be the grand finale. So Saturday, which is going to be the 18th, that is when you're going to get the nostalgia finale, and that will be done as a premiere. So essentially what I'm thinking is we're going to have that premiere first. Or you know what? We'll have that premiere at 5 p.m. So yeah, we'll have that premiere on Saturday evening. And of course, after the premiere of the weekly test video and all that other good stuff. You know, all the other good stuff we usually do. The county request, street view video, all that stuff. And then, of course, Friday, the Fun Night Show. Saturday, nothing different. Except we'll have to wait and see what the plans actually truly are. But anyway. Anyhow, in terms of just the fall taping cycle, let me go through just the schedule. Monday, no taping. Well, of course, Tuesday I'll tape the end of support notification after the final security update is pushed out. Then Thursday I'll record the final send-off and conclude the episode. However, then on Friday this week, I am looking to officially begin production of the second half of Season 1 of Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? Like I did earlier this year. I did over the spring. And those episodes will release between January and May. Now, my goal for 5th grader is pretty much not going to be anything different. Yeah, it's not going to be anything different in any sort of way. So I'll record... let's see. So the plan is to record about 15 to 20 episodes on Friday. And then for Tuesday and Thursday, why do I say Tuesday and Thursday? I'll try to do at least 10 episodes per day. However, if I can get more in, then I'd be more than happy to get more in. Because Tuesday and Thursday's tapings are cut off at 4:30 or 4:45, so that way then I can, have dinner and get ready to head to my evening class. And then when I get back from class, both nights, well, Thursday, I'll process those 5th grader episodes from earlier in the day. Now, I kind of want to get a head start on that process, so that way so that way we're not scrambling at the last minute. We kind of we did the same thing when we did the same thing when we put together Sorry. Now, when we put together Sorry, we did the very same thing. We put episodes together at certain intervals. We put episodes together and then just waited until all of them were made before starting to render. Now, for fifth grader this time around, I'm looking to do something different with that. I'll talk about it in just a second after this unnecessary third test. From Red River finishes. Now let me put these in here and then I will march on. Yeah, those motion effects are not going to work. Yeah, as well as I thought, but oh well. Okay. All right. Now, where was I? I was talking about what is next in terms of fifth grader. And I'll go ahead and just close this because Phoenix is pretty much done, and I do not expect any more things. Oh yeah, this is the collection of songs we were playing earlier during the Roblox show. So nothing too special about that. In fact, I might as well just go ahead and hide the display capture if talking is what I'm going to be doing here for a good while. Alright, so I was on the schedule with the fall taping. That's where I was at. So you might be thinking, what's next for the fall? Well, I already said about fifth grader. I was about to say what is going to be different about fifth grader this time around. So, here's what the actual plan for the thing is. The actual plan is, on Friday, when I start the tapings, I'll do the same thing like I did with the second half of Sorry now that I realized it. I'll save the episodes onto another external hard drive rather than the internal hard drive because that caused a whole lot of lag. So that's what I'm going to do. And then after each day of taping, I'll move the episodes over to the Dell Micro to its internal storage like I have been doing with Sorry and Wheel of Fortune. And then they'll sit there until we're ready to begin editing. And then for Monday, and this is when we go into a full week, the week after. So that's next week I'm talking about. So when we begin the week next Monday, I will not plan on doing any fifth grader tapings. And that's because I am putting my focus on working on my stuff for my digital media class for college, and it has been proven to take the whole entire day in some cases to get all of that work finished. Some cases it went pretty quick, but there's more to it than just that. Catching up on my shows too. And sometimes there's going to be a lot. And I mean it, a lot. The flip side from that Friday, if I miss it, well, not in this case this week because ABC did not air Celebrity Wheel of Fortune, and instead a rerun of the pilot of 911 the premiere of 911 Nashville. So I'm just saying this is for next week, and then of course any of the perfect lines on the U, and then Scrambled Up over on their second channel. So I'll take care of both shows, and then that'll leave me like another hour and a half free before before I go watch Jeopardy and then get started, and then come back up here at the end of that show, and then get started with this with that week's Minecraft episode. Which again, in this week's case, will be Interstate 221, and then I'm thinking the following week's episode, we'll probably work on I-132 and 232 as well before we move on to the bridges in Lakeland and finalize everything with the other interstates. So that's what we're looking at for the next 3 weeks already for the Minecraft show in that. But anyway, then with Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'll start the day by catching up on those shows, saving Flipside for lunch, for my lunch break in the process. Following the completion of each of those shows, I'll then come back up here to the studio and begin taping episodes of Fifth Grader. If I have time on my hands before, before my lunch break after I finish those shows, then maybe I can begin production on Fifth Grader earlier. A bit earlier, in fact. Or maybe play catch up with some of the other compilations in the process beforehand. That probably might be the better case. But of course, I will record as many episodes as I can. And as I said, with the goal of at least 10 episodes each day, except for Friday, where I'm shooting to go for more, in which I'm shooting for more episodes. So I'm thinking about maybe 20 episodes then for Friday. So 2 whole weeks. 4 whole weeks of episodes of Fifth Grader that week. Now, if this is so that's 2 weeks and then 16 weeks. And when we put everything together, that would be a grand total of 40 episodes each week. So, if it all goes well, that's actually combined with 2 whole weeks, including this coming Friday. So, if all goes well, I may actually end up finishing up Fifth Grader, well, I would say the 31st, but except there's going to be a big break before that. But I'm not going to give any details as to why as of yet. But here's what I am thinking when we get to that break at the end of this month. Here's what I was thinking. So after each taping day, here's what I'll do. At the end of Tuesday's tapings, I'll take the Fifth Grader episodes from that flash from the hard drive and move them to the micro. Then when I come back from my OS Fundamentals evening class, I'll put the episodes together through Clipchamp. Put the episodes together so that way they're all ready. So that way they're already set to go when we come to the rendering phase. For Thursday, same story. Take the episodes, put them on the micro, do the backyard baseball game, do the backyard baseball game and then edit the episodes. Friday, we just take the episodes over, move them, don't edit them. Saturday, just don't edit them, because I usually do the editing on Tuesday and Thursday nights following my respective evening classes. But that break of, I believe, the 30th and the 31st is not going to be anything too different. So, I'm looking on the 31st because 30th I will still tape episodes on the 30th. During the day on the 30th, but then on the 31st, that is when we're going to take a big break from taping episodes. So then it's very likely that November 4th then will probably be the last episodes that I will be taping will likely be the last episodes I'll be taping for Fifth Grader. But then the 31st, I'm going to get a head, and then that weekend, the 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd, I'll get a head start on the rendering process of the episodes that have been created so far. I'll get a head start on it so that way then I can just render, so that way then I can just tape and put together the other episodes, render them all, and then I can get them all uploaded onto the channel and scheduled. That's what the plan is. So then after 5th grader completes, where do we go from there? Oh yeah, and by the way, Wednesdays no tapings because we'll do the weeklies. So anyway, where do we go next from there? So once we conclude 5th graders, since that's going to be in a pretty quick fashion, I'm looking to then next begin production of Ticket to Ride. Yes, and by the way, yes, that is what we're going to be doing next here after my popcorn break. Ticket to Ride live, in fact. But what I'm talking about here is Ticket to Ride is going to become its own series on the channel. I actually formally announced that. If you may remember, I announced it during the season finale of Downers Grove about a couple months ago. I announced it during the season finale. Particularly when we arrived at the school. Well, the Downers Grove Row Fantasy series, that is. I announced it during the season finale of that. So, I've decided that Ticket to Ride will be replacing Meal or No Meal following the last episode sometime in March. So, Meal or No Meal will conclude in March, and then Big Numbers is set to conclude in May, with 400 and 500 episodes respectively. I'm looking to have Ticket to Ride premiere in April, so I'm going to try to get as many episodes of Ticket to Ride done as I can, and have that series ready to go. Have that go from April, the first full week of April, until November 20th. For Yahtzee, this will be the same story. Except then I will tape episodes from June. Episodes will then release from that first full week of June, which will probably be the beginning of both season 4 of the Bowling Train and the Downers Grove series. Well, that will come later on. And then November 20th. So that's where the rest of the fall taping cycle is looking to progress. But then, of course, if I make any changes, I'll, of course, give you all an update on that. So then, what about after those shows? What if there's still a lot of time left? Well, actually, I was thinking of something else, too. This after December 8th, there's not going to be any college work, so it'll just be catch up on the shows, then come up here and do the tapings, even on Mondays. That will be December 8th, because that will be the end of the fall semester. But if I have enough time on my hands, and probably if there's like a few days left before the conclusion of the whole fall taping cycle period, what I could do is tape the first season of a seasonal weekly series, The Game of Life, the one that we do on Saturdays like we did yesterday. So I'll kind of turn it into a weekly series like Nostalgia. So that would be the second weekly show on the channel, aside from Nostalgia, which it has been pretty much throughout its entire lifespan. And then after that, that will probably take us to the end of the fall taping cycle, as we then get ready for the holidays, and then bring in the new year and all of that. So then, how will the spring taping cycle begin for 2026? Currently, the plan is to start by taping the rest of Season 2 of Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? And then, as we get closer toward the actual beginning of spring, I will begin taping the 4th season of The Bowling Train, and currently I am looking to have that season be the last one, because because of two reasons. First, that would get it to the 400 episode cap. The second reason is that the HO scale train equipment probably wasn't working as proper as it did before. It could be because of how old my HO scale trains are, so maybe I could buy a whole new set and then, well, maybe I could. I mean, I'm probably in need of a new locomotive anyway, so because I think I've already totaled the CSX locomotive because it's not even moving right anymore. It was probably after that other layout. I didn't even put a layout together this year, but it's alright. It's kind of like the beginning of our transition anyway. Yeah, it's like the start of our transition away from all this stuff. So again, the plan is 5th grader, and then I will most likely begin production on yet another new show immediately after that. Oh my god, Mount Holly, what the fuck? Can you stop spamming the same coastal flood warning every few hours, for crying out loud? You're driving your people nuts here. My goodness. You know what? I'm probably going to go on my popcorn break soon anyway, so we might as well let the phone do it, so. I don't know why, but that's very unnecessary. Well, anyway, so again, the spring taping cycle plan is to tape the first half of season 2 of 5th grader, then begin production on another new show. I'm currently looking to debut a game show over from the UK. However, I have yet to do software testing. Yet to do software testing and maybe a pilot test, just to see if this show would definitely be good for our network. Then, if so, then we will debut that as a series. And then, of course, when that show is finished, then towards the end of the spring taping, they'll record the 4th season of the Bowling Train, and then if I have enough time after that, I'll see what else we can do. Because we know we can't tape season 2 of the Game of Life, but then I don't think we can tape anything else after that. Well, at least that plan is tentative, because I'm actually looking to get back on get back to actually learning how to drive. So, as this is my true final semester of college, so that's what I'm looking to do. We're kind of planning to get out for the spring, so this probably will affect the spring taping cycle. Hopefully, it won't affect it too much, but we'll find out when we get to that point. But anyway, that is the plan for the spring taping cycle, and of course, what is left of the fall tapings. So, with that, we are going to go ahead and take our final commercial break here of the evening, and when we come back, Ticket to Ride. Welcome back, everyone, to our Sunday Fun and Games show. Ticket to Ride is just moments away. Yep. Hopefully, this is the last of those coastal flood warnings that Mount Holly's going to spam today. Because I feel like they've spammed too many of them. Like, so much that, like, I can't even keep up. Did I ever go back on the builder? Yeah, I think I did. Oh, no, I did not. I never did. I went to Wauwatosa and left. Alright, once this is done, then I will put these in and we'll get started with our Ticket to Ride show here. Let me fix the scroll here before I forget. Alright, hopefully that is going to be the last one. Now, before I put those together, let me head over to Wauwatosa and... Oh my god. I'm not getting the QuickBooks mobile app. Stupid. Stupid. So there we go. This is the builder. Oh, it's going to take me right back. There we go. Yeah, they sent out continuous coastal flood warnings, so they're like toning continuations. Which is odd. Oh, this is what they have actually been doing this forever now, so... So I feel like they're going to keep toning those until they expire. Unlike New York, they just tone them once and that's it. And they don't tone them again. Unless they add counties to it. So, actually change the plans. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this coastal flood warning, and then we will start Ticket to Ride right after, because I think this editing procedure is probably going to take a while. So, well, let's make sure I have everything that we need ready to go.
Some damage to vulnerable structures may begin to occur. Additional details. of potentially major coastal flood impacts are likely, especially during Monday afternoon high tide when the maximum water level is forecast to occur. Severe beach erosion and dune breaching are possible due to very high surf conditions. Interests along the Atlantic coast, Back Bays, Raritan Bay, and tidal waterways should remain alert for forecast updates during the significant coastal flood event. A coastal flood
Going to get. And I don't know if Mount Holly ever corrected those grammar errors that have been present throughout the last several updates that they had been issuing. Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead and show the iPad screen. All right, let's start the game then. So those are the routes we're playing. Let's get started. I want to see if they actually fixed any of the errors that were present regarding this significant coastal flood event. That's what it should be saying. But I think there's actually more here. A significant coastal flood event. Oh wow, that's a lot of them. Seems like they may have finally fixed everything. Regarding this potentially coastal flood. Yeah, that is a grammatical error. Potentially coastal flood. That does not make any sense. That does not make any sense at all. It should say potentially significant coastal flood events. That's what it should be saying. If it said potentially significant, then it would have made total sense, but apparently not. But anyway. Now it's on with Ticket to Ride, and why not? I go ahead and unmute let the sound go through the computer. And of course, I know you all want to hear it too, so there you go. Kind of like a test run for the Ticket to Ride series coming soon. Move and resize. just realized both of those other routes are blocked off. Yes, in terms of the speed, I'm going to shorten that speed down when we actually begin taping episodes of this in the weeks ahead. At least I completed my biggest route. We might as well take a shortcut because my routes have pretty much been blocked off. Mainly out of San Francisco. Well, we're not that far away, so I guess we can try it. Let's see if that's going to be a good decision or not. Yeah, not a good choice at all. Might as well just put down our last one. There we go. The audio tried to resync. Of course. Yeah, I got the 10-point bonus, but still ended up in dead last. Alright. Now, on to our third game. Well, somebody finally fixed Miami. I didn't expect them to be doing stuff today.
Until 11 p.m. At 10:23 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located 19 nautical miles east of Sunny Isle, moving northeast at 15 knots. Center, waterspouts and wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Will be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves.
You know what? I'm gonna wait until we play catch up once we're done here tonight. And what is that? I also see a tornado warning for Coconino. Well, everything that happens, I'll take care of it. Did WMLS even relay it? Oh wow, it didn't even relay it at all. So I'll take care of those two along with Michigan at the end here tonight. So I'll just hold off on both of them until that point. And I still can't forget about my crucial route, too, because we also have to go cross country. I need a white if I want to start New York. Oh, made a good call. So now I can play both my white and green. Okay, we'll grab. What else here? Got yellow. Means I better get my spot. Better get my spot now before those oranges are taken. But we still need to get to Seattle. Let's finish the Duluth to El Paso while we have the chance. now the big question, are we going to make it in time? I don't think we are. I don't think we are going to finish Seattle and New York in time. Oh boy, this is the last turn. Oh no. Yeah, we didn't do it. Is that the rewarning? Oh, that must be I-80. But, as I said earlier, I'll take care of it when we're finished here. Oh boy, it'll be a massive point deduction. That was like 29 points I lost. Dead last. Right away. There's Sault Ste. Marie to Nashville and Boston to Miami. In the red. Well, I did not complete Vancouver to Montreal or LA to Miami. And then LA to Chicago and Denver to Pittsburgh. And didn't finish in New York. Dallas and New York. Vanderbilt did not complete San Francisco to Atlanta. St. Rita, Oklahoma City, rolling route completed. But even with the 10-point bonus, that is not going to be enough. Green wins game number 3. Okay, let's get on now with game number 4. So there are the routes we are playing. Let's go. So I got the three pinks already secured for Salt Lake City and Calgary. There's something wrong with the audio driver here. 'Cause, I mean, even if I reinstall it, it's probably not going to do a thing. I'll have to see if the issue worsens when I update. Or maybe just reinstall the audio driver completely. See if that solves the problem. Let's see. So let's grab 2 yellows here. We're gonna have to grab blues now. Looks like it's gonna have to sit and wait for the bridge. But let's go ahead and play the yellows. Because I'm just thinking we can go ahead and clash the routes together. Let me go ahead and grab a couple blacks before we make that daring move. Okay, then we'll play the blacks. And we'll play the blues. Okay, now we need a pair, 2 pairs actually, before we can connect. Yeah, I have to grab another one. Alright, and then we'll... Wait, I just realized, didn't I just connect to Miami? Well, great, I got 2 connections on Miami. Let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt me later. And there's the last bit. Alright, let's see what other tickets we got. That's pretty much almost done. Guess we have a majority of the connections, so I guess we can try it. Yeah, that's actually all we need for Boston, so we're just gonna reuse the chain. And then we just need to get hooked up in Dallas. Play the green in New York. Completed that route. Okay, now we need a white. So that's if we want to get to New York in a quick manner. A black and a white. 3 blacks and 3 whites, actually. Okay, we've only got 1 black. Yep, that is going to be as much as we will be able to do. So go ahead and add up the total to conclude game 4. Calgary to Salt Lake. But yeah, there's Dallas to New York we didn't finish. As well as Boston, Miami, which we did. I see Greenfield to Duluth to El Paso. Oh boy, the big one. Seattle to New York. And then Portland to Nashville. And then Helena to LA. And then now we're on to blue. Finished LA to Miami and Kansas City to Houston, both of his routes. And then the purple finished LA to Chicago. not LA to New York. Bonus goes to purple, but it will not be enough. Blue is the winner. It's 91. We have time to play about 2 more games of this, with the last one being our speed game. So here we go. Oh boy, we have a lot of big routes. We have a lot of big routes on our list, so we better make this count. So yeah, we better make this count. Okay, so we'll get going in Montreal. And since we're going to be getting to the speed game soon, I'm going to go ahead and get the Michigan stations ready. There we go. There's just the connection. And I'm getting all 6 VLC windows in their places. See, one of them does not work. I'll get that guy going anyway. Alright, and then KRVN in the corner. Okay, I'll drag this guy in, make sure it works. Yes, it does, and I've muted it. And it's for a good reason. Alright. Now, back to the game. I'll actually move these two aside because that's the catch-up process I'm going to be doing after we end this here tonight. And let me go ahead and reset my station now. Just make sure I save the config file. There we go. Alright. Everything should be in there. Perfect. Okay. That's ready to go. Let's march on now with the game. Okay, let's get either a slew of yellows or oranges. Oh yeah, and we better get Phoenix going too. So it's going to be a 1st to 6 for this one. To get this top row. There we go. We've just given yellow 6. We'll go ahead and throw that up there. Let's go ahead and get our connection 2 in Seattle. I know that's a green, but we need to get Seattle started. Alright. Now we'll go ahead and claim the 2 biggest routes in my pile. So we can move on Montreal and Seattle to New York. Already 42 big points. So now let's focus on Calgary to Phoenix. So let's get that route moving. So let's get that route going, I should say. Well, yeah, I'm kind of doing these as like a pilot test for when I actually begin taping episodes of the show. Because I know I have to give commentary the whole time, so. Alright, we have our 5 whites. So we can put them down in Phoenix. We better get our greens, because we need to put those down too. Oh wow, it looks like we're about to have a race in Fort Madison. Alright, let's get that down. And we've got one more important connection to make. That is right here. So there we go. I believe that'll give us 45 big bonus points. Oh no, are they both about to get moving? I guess we'll connect to Los Angeles. This time we finished all of our routes. Alright, so we'll go ahead and add up all the totals. There's my routes. We'll go to green now. Didn't finish Boston to Miami, but did finish LA to New York. What about the red? Completed Chicago to Santa Fe, and completed Winnipeg to Little Rock, Winnipeg to Houston as well. To the blue, Portland to Nashville did not complete, but did however complete New York to Atlanta. And now purple finished San Francisco to Atlanta and Los Angeles to Miami. Bonus goes to me, and I actually win the game. Very nice. So, like I said, we have time for one more game, which will be our speed game. So there are all the totals, all the routes we're going to play. So that's how we speed it up. Alright, you ready? The speed game begins now. Since we have just under 10 minutes to go. And I did already restart the station for the automated test. I just did that. blacks. Better get those. Waiting air in line for an iPhone 17 Pro and Air. Well, I sort of had to wait in line for one, but not the 17 Pro. I got the 17. I just got the regular 17. So he and I waited for an iPhone 17 at nearly the same time. Well, not on launch day, because I got mine the day after the 17 was released. So it was the day after release. Okay, and since we're getting close to the end, let's slow things down a bit. Let's go ahead and slow things down since we're getting closer to the end now. But at least I'm gonna cash in all my routes. And hopefully everybody else is going to cash in theirs. Just make sure that I'm ready to start the actual catch-up process. Alright, so this is the final turn we're going to play. Well, actually, I can start putting this stuff together, mainly the coastal flood warnings from earlier today. Well, actually, or just before my popcorn break, actually. So, add up the routes now one more time. One last time. And then there's all my routes finished. We'll go to green now. Completed Denver to Pittsburgh and Chicago to Santa Fe. But not Montreal to Atlanta. I see Redfield, Sault Ste. Marie to Oklahoma City, and LA to New York. And then Blue did not complete Vancouver to Montreal. Did complete Dallas to New York. And then Vanderbilt with 2 tickets completed Winnipeg to Houston and Calgary to Salt Lake. Completed both of them. The bonus goes to green, but that's not going to be enough. I win again. With 93 by just 2 points. Well, what an impressive game that was. Alright, we'll go ahead now and disconnect the tablet from the computer, and that is it. All I just need to do now is put all those coastal flood warnings in. Where are they? There they are. Alright, so give me a few moments while I put these in.
In Salem, New Jersey.
Alright, so after I get these put in, then we will be set. Okay, then we have the iPhone.
Do not drive along the Atlantic coastal flood event.
I hear music in the background. I'm disregard. I'm gonna skip that one.
Many roads, tidal waterways should remain on the
Again, that's music in the background, so I'm not accepting that one. And there's one more. Okay, this is the last one. There we go.
tidal waterways should remain on the during the significant coastal flood event. What? Alert for forecast updates during the significant coastal flood event.
Good enough. All right. And we are ready to wrap this show up here. Now, I've got all the tests ready to go. Let me close this guy too. All right, let's make sure we have sound and that we've positioned everything. right. That is the end of it. Let me check a few more things here before we end this. There we go. All right. So I've got them all added in. The auto tests and everything like that. I just need to mute any category if necessary. I'll just mute the entire category and mute that category. Mute this category. Everything else I'll keep as they may be important at this point. Otherwise, there we go. That is it. All right, everything is in there, and we have done everything that we needed to do. But I got one final thing then, and that is to get the Cleveland Odyssey cluster ready to go. Of course, you know the order how it usually goes. So, what are those 6 notifications here? Really? They decided to do the beatdown on a Sunday? That's odd. Well, yeah, that's very embarrassing. I don't know why they decided to do it on a Sunday. Maybe they couldn't find some other day to do it. But I'm quite surprised. Well, I guess that'll be something I get to watch tonight. I guess I did not see the notification when we were starting. When we were beginning Ticket to Ride, I did not see it. But, well, hey, at least it'll be something for me to watch tonight anyway. You know, instead of going crazy and stuff like that. But anyway, you all know the drill, so I'm not going to say anything else. So I guess with that, I'm going to finally get some rest here after I take care of that showcase beatdown that does not normally happen on a Sunday, which is very odd to see. It's very odd to see it tonight, but I guess that's probably why the beatdown did not happen on Thursday. It's probably because either Scott or Mr. Scruggs was not available. But hopefully this will be a sign that we can find that they can finally get Monopoly taken care of. Because they're falling quite behind on it. But anyway, with that said, and as I've said already, we will see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. for our Minecraft show, where we will continue to build Interstate 221. We'll keep building 221 even further, and yeah, we'll see how far we can get with that interstate, considering how much time we're going to have tomorrow, due to all the factors that I said earlier about the Bears game and everything else. So, until then, I'm tired. I need my sleep. So I'm gonna let myself get that much needed sleep. So, until next time, this is Mr. Plantfold, wishing you all a very pleasant good night.